Happy last day of the year. All right. Let's do some coding. Code, 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 code. Bum 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 ba da da dun dun. Got my tea. Got some sugar going. And okay. Where are we going today? So last time we reworked a bit of the database interface. This time, so I was thinking, why don't we try to use Iggy in our tests? Let's just see if we can start it up. Start up Iggy, run it for a test. Iggy, where art thou? Oh, I see docs. Introduction. Getting started. Maybe in here we'll have how to install. Since there's no official package to be downloaded yet, the only way to get things up and running is by cloning the repository and then starting the server by running the following command. Right. Let's build it. Got this high energy music going on. All right. Cargo R. So we give it a specific one to run. How about we don't do that? Well, let's do cargo build. Can you build a bin? Let's see. Looks like it. All right. Setting up the project. Now, we're going to need something that uses Iggy client. Whatever shall that be? Getting started. Message envelope. Okay. Message header. Ooh, I like this. Okay, multi-tenant. Password. Secret. Password would have been a better password. Topics, events, logs, notifications. So what's going on? Args. Oh, they're using args. Cute. Tracing, setting that up. How many tenants are there? Or 3. Producers partitions. All right, so we create a client with both. Creating streams and users with permissions for each tenant. Streams and users. Interesting. So you can have permissions for each one. Creating clients for each one. Okay. They can push. I'm thinking about having more specific pieces. I want it to be easier to find the data and not have to sift through a big pile of. Let's go read the documentation. What do we have here? High level SDK, architecture. We were looking through this yesterday. The topic is also a logical concept, which is part of the stream. Stream. While we could put an equal sign between the log and the stream, they are not the same. Okay. At least in a case of IGE streaming server, the stream is a logical concept. Think of it as a namespace. You could have a single stream for the whole system or multiple streams representing different environments. Stream is identified by its unique ID. It can have one or more topics assigned. One or more topics, interesting. Does this say shard? Which results in the records being published to the specific topics that belonged to the particular stream. Topic is also a logical concept. And I think where I was getting tripped up before is how to, like, where do we put the database information? Let me be more clear about that. Oh, Iggy built. Do we want the dev mode or the release mode? Okay. So in here, we're constantly putting data into these keys here. So we do have shard, and that might map well to stream. Right? Shards could be different applications. They could be different installations. But I'm okay having more than one Iggy installation if I'm having different clusters, different whatever. Let's see. Then we have checksum, transaction ID, and page data. What we need this for is going to be this data here. Really, it's the page data. So really, it's shard, database name, transaction ID, and page number. I was kind of expecting this information here, the transaction ID and page number, to be the some identifier within the data that's inside of the topic / partition. So topic and partition. Yeah, like the idea of shard being very specific to stream. Let's write this down as we go. So partitions are assigned to a topic. Let's see. Topic is identified by its unique ID. You can think of it as an entity responsible for storing the specific type of the record. So this might be the difference between page data and transaction ID. Okay. As an entity being responsible for storing the specific type of the records. So topic is the type. They're assigned to a topic. They're stored in a partition. Topic can have one or more partitions assigned. Interesting. That could help achieve higher parallelism and throughput. The topic can also have the retention policy assigned. Okay. Partition has its own unique ID and belongs to a topic. Okay. Partition is responsible for storing the records. The records are being distributed between the partitions. Therefore, the partition acts as a simple database, which is optimized for the append-only operations. Okay. Partition is identified by its unique ID, which is an integer. I see. So you can have more than one partition ID in a topic. They can be the same ID across topics. Segment being part of the partition is actually a physical layer. Okay. How do we use a partition for this? Record type. So is that... I think we need to have a different topic per database. So it would be, I think the topic is basically page data database name. Or we can assume that it's all page data information. Then we get down into partitions. And partition could be the page number. That would be fine if we were looking at this data, but here we have transaction ID, and it needs to be in order. Hey, 715209, good morning. Happy last day of the year. I have a feeling that we're not going to have more than one partition per topic. Oh, thank you, 715209. Partition segment structure. If this was information that could be, split up, let's say a specific topic had, or let's say that we had different things processing the pages of data, then we'd say, hey, just, each one of you consumers gets a different page number. And that could be interesting. And it talked about consumer groups. Let's see. Getting started guide. Setting up the project, building the producer, consumers. Oh, I wanted to look at consumer groups. I think that's... Documentation is a little light. Let's see. It's a command line. Rust, intro, examples. So the consumer high-level abstraction allows you to receive messages from the topic, topic singular. Simple to use, doesn't require you to handle the offsets, partitions, or any other low-level details. It will consume the messages in batches of 1000 every millisecond. The auto commit is set to commit the offset every second or when all the messages are consumed. Hmm. Polling strategy is set to next, which means that the consumer will try to consume the next available message from the partition currently assigned to the consumer group. Ah, where is that? Next, polling strategy next. You can also invoke a regular consumer builder if you do not plan to use the consumer groups. The build method is used to create the consumer. I see that. Okay. And what is a consumer group? All right, let's go to docs.rs iggy. Consumer group modules. Create consumer group. Oh, is this a command? It creates a new consumer group for the topic. It has additional payload. Group ID, topic ID, stream ID. So is that what they were showing us in the example? Um, Okay. The name of the consumer group, the stream, and the topic. Yeah, it's I guess kind of clear when you actually read it. Stream, topic, the name. Now, what is the benefit of having a consumer group? Let's look at client. It's a number of traits. Auto login credentials. Who implements this? Connect, disconnect, shut down, subscribe events. It's IGI client, HTTP client, quick client, and TCP client. Hmm. Okay, so I get that, but then there are these other things, such as topic client, stream client. Who implements a topic client? Basically, anything that implements binary client has topic client implemented for it. Okay. What are the methods on this? Get topic. Okay, so you can create a topic, right? But who implements binary client? TCP client implements binary client. TCP client does everything. Binary transport, binary client, client debug, default. Oh, it's send and sync. That's exciting. Blanket implementations. Personal access token client, stream client. Wow. Erased destructor. What is this? All trait objects come with a destructor. So we can just use an empty trait to get a destructor object. Oh, interesting. Or T, where T is owned. And that means that it's... Is that how you qualify that it's a trait object? Hmm, fascinating. I suspect we're going to get more. Yeah, it has a static lifetime. It's owned, right? That means that the lifetime is owned. Hey, the coding sauce. And meaning that it's not a reference. Um, what are we working on? Well, welcome. At the moment here, let's get the mono draw, the almost dark mode mono draw. Almost. Oh goodness, I forgot dark mode today. Boop. There we go. See, almost dark mode. Everything except the important bits. So at the moment, we are working on a system that I call Reverb. Reverb will take data from producers, being applications and SQLite, and this is the producers will produce the changes that happen in SQLite databases to be replicated into other machines, the consumers. Data archive is what we are actually working on, this portion of it. Iggy is going to be our little streaming portion of data archive. So why implement it myself when I can just lean on Iggy? However, Iggy's documentation is a little sparse. So this is technically what we're working on, trying to figure out how are we going to incorporate Iggy into the rest of this? So data comes in from uh, a database page, which has just been mutated, will be sent to data archive. That'll be stuffed into Iggy and the TiKV cluster. It will then be streamed out to anybody who's listening to it. So the other machines that are staying in sync. Okay. So that's what we're working on. And let's pop back here. So we're kind of digging through the Iggy source code or documentation. We haven't made it to the source code yet. Oh, what's in utils? Check some crypto duration. Okay. Sizable. Timestamp. Hmm. Partitions and messages. I want to look for producer. Ah, it's in the clients section. Got it. So we have a builder, client, consumer, producer, Iggy producer, builder. Oh, look at this. Yep, pretty much a Rust Kafka clone. Yeah. The great thing about it is, um, let's see, it's fast. It's bleeding edge, so lots of sharp edges. Mostly crap for documentation, and it can be used with a single binary. You don't need to install Java packages, all the other crap that comes along with Kafka. You don't have to worry about garbage collection, which for some they want it, some don't. I used to work on game servers with Java, and it was part of my duty to run these very expensive tools to figure out where we were garbage collecting too much and to adjust everything to not garbage collect by not producing garbage collectible data. It was interesting work. But, um, it seems like you have the penalty with or without. I spent months on that stuff. There was one that I remember very clearly, and the tools weren't reporting it well. So I had to, it was basically this. I'm going to use this here as a little notepad. It was basically this enum in Java, right? Which is the calendar directions, right? North, south, east, west, right? Your compass. Um, and inside of here, there was north, south, east, west, and because this this was getting constructed so often, it produced gigs and gigs of data per second, right? And it was really really stupid. Um, because it didn't need to go into the heap. This is something that could have lived in the stack, be passed by value all over the place. But we end up having to do, I don't remember the syntax in Java, but it was basically the Rust equivalent of this, right? And and then there were some, I don't know, basically followed one of the patterns in the Josh Block book, um, for being able to go to and from this type easily to other types then. Um, but yeah, that a game server, you need to know which direction everything's facing at all times, which was basically our compass direction. And can it see you? Is it facing your direction? It was used everywhere. And yeah, just stupid little thing like that. Just tons of data. All right. I would, I'm at that point in like development where I would rather pay the cost up front for performance so that I don't have to like pay the cost later, because paying the cost up front is usually good design, methodical placement of your data, who owns what, right? All of these things that I love about Rust. Whereas when you pay for it later, you're having to figure it out. You're Mr. Detective going in, figuring out, okay, what objects are on the heap, which one. This was with Java 7. Yeah, it absolutely surprised me too. Send interval, okay, encryptor. I'm not going to do encryption for this stuff. The whole network is encrypted. I'm not feeling like I want to add encryption. Why double encrypt when you can triple encrypt? Create stream if not exists. Okay. All right. Well, Iggy built target debug Iggy server 90 megs. Holy cow. All right, let's check that. While that's cooking, I'm gonna pour some tea. Okay. So going back to tab 1. We are in replicate. Part of what we need to do for replicate, this is in data archive. Oh, Rust. Let's see. Rust binaries are always pretty big. The book has some tips for shrinking them. Yes, and there are also some great tutorials on shrinking WASM. Um, you can do custom Rust builds in order to um, optimize the build size for WASM binaries as well. What was it? It wasn't a custom compiler build. It was the standard lib, but I think that was a while ago, and you might not have to do it anymore. Hey, Mario. Uh, this that I'm working on is not currently open sourced. No. Let's see. Who knows? Maybe someday. Happy last day of the year. Okay. What is this? Fetch database. Where's the one I have not implemented yet? Oh, here it is. Fix me. Here we go. WASM does not need to be statically linked with a muscle libc. Maybe that's a new thing or a really old thing. But when I was using it, that was never needed. And eventually what I would like is for these applications here to be able to accept WebAssembly as opposed to like a Docker image or whatnot. Databases stream. Oh, this is... Okay, that's not it. No. Hmm, that's not it either. Stream database updates? Here it is. I didn't realize I had both that needed to be done. Ah, Iggy has a bunch of examples in the Git repos. So let's take a look. I think I was just about there. Yep. Here's the multi-tenant basic getting started message envelope. Multi-tenant new SDK. They have a new SDK? Hmm. And the basic one is basically the introduction. Client connect. Login. Oh, that... I wish Foundations was using the same tracing framework as everything else. They're at 430. I wonder what changed. This tracing is different from all other tracing. And it makes me cry a little bit every time. As I see the Rust ecosystem kind of, you know, see, I'm sorry, I see the Rust ecosystem just forming around the tracing crate. And I don't believe this is the same distributed tracing. I think this can produce open telemetry items. No, we want really? Modules. Oh, there's modules. I was looking for that. So if we look at tracing, backed by Jaeger, metrics, they have this other telemetry context, and it's just not the same. I like what Foundations has, but it just has the wrong things for me. I don't want to use slog, which is what it's using. I want to use tracing. I like structured logging, but you can do logging with log. Even slog says, hey, go check out tracing. What's that? That was in the repository? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So we need Iggy client. Well, let's start with that. What is it? Just Iggy? Oh, sorry for flickering back and forth. Copy. It has that little copy at the top. Let's check and see. Ah, it lost some weight. It's only 19 megs now. Iggy server. Config provider. What does that even mean? Provider feels like it could be anything. Server.toml under configs directory in the root of the repository. Okay, let's look there. Where did Iggy go? There it is. Config server. Fancy. Wow. So we have to make one of these for each test. There are so many config options in here. So what I'm thinking is we use tempter to set up a temporary directory, drop one of these in there, change maybe just a couple values, port, and so that we can have multiple tests running at the same time. We don't need the HTTP server bits. Interesting. Yeah, we can turn most of this off. Okay, so we have one of these stuck around somewhere. Just for testing, we'll copy it, load it up, change value, put it somewhere else. All right, let's capture this, copy raw file. We'll write that to data archive. Hmm. Create that directory as well. Cargo.toml. This one, or let's see, where do we end up? Resolver 2. Do I even have profile release? Here we go. Oh, Iggy's. Got it, got it. So we were at 19.3. Oh, true and fat are aliased. Oh, so it's the same thing. Okay. So that's already there then. We can leave it alone. Okay. Let's come back to tab. Close that. So this is our template. We will load this. Archiver, that's set to false. Path restoring the archive data on disk. That needs to be changed. I wonder if they have a data structure that represents this. I don't really want to make this again. There's like 500 lines. Granted, only a third of that is probably actual data. A third, a quarter. Because what we could do is have data archive start Iggy when it starts up. So it creates config, tosses that somewhere, tells Iggy to do its thing. And then we can basically use the same thing for the tests. What's in tools? Data seeder, no. Server, source, configs. Ooh, could I just take this? What is config provider? And what is Figment? Really? Interesting. The library for declaring and combining configuration sources and extracting typed values from the combined sources. Distinguishes itself from other libraries with similar motives by seamlessly and comprehensively tracking configuration value provenance, even in the face of myriad sources. This means that error values and messages are precise and know exactly where and how misconfiguration arose. Oh my goodness, I like this. We might pivot. Metadata. Figment takes great care to propagate as much information as possible about configuration sources. All extracted, all values extracted from Figment are tagged with originating metadata and profile. That is really nice. Semi-sandbox environment for testing. Okay. Okay. So, coming back to kind of what we ran into earlier, and I know this is, I've been trying, really trying not to do this, but the foundations crate drives me a little bonkers. I thought, you know what? I'm going to just use one thing for all of my projects. I'm going to use foundations. This is the Cloudflare Foundations crate. But I found that logging isn't the logging I want. The distributed tracing isn't the tracing I want. Metrics, fine. Memory profiling and JMalloc allocator, cool. But I don't really use that yet. I think it can be very useful because it, combines with metrics. Security features, I think this is, they just pulled this in. It's just exposing another crate, and that could be done another way. Service configuration with documentation. I love how they're doing this. I really, really like this. But Figment, I think, could do it just as well. Basically, the ability to generate documentation with comments. CLI helper that takes care of the configuration loading. I basically had that before, but I just called it environment. I want to make a different version of this. Oops, wrong one. I wanted the repository. Governor is interesting. Yeah, see, a lot of this I think we wouldn't even need. What would be a good name for something like that? An alternative to foundations, something that you use for all of your projects to do environment loading, tracing, logging, security setup, right? Metrics. Kitchen sink. It's not a kitchen sink, though. We don't want everything. Bootstrap is the predictable thing. What about, I don't know. Because I want tracing. I want tracing to go and work with all of the libraries I'm currently using. I didn't see a collector for foundations. Basically, to have the tracing information that foundations is collecting go into a different tracing provider. It's like, at what point do I just say no? How about just found? Hmm, there we go. It's found. Cargo. New. It's a library. Lib. Found. Yard. I was also thinking ground. Right. Um, Pylon. Place where your cows are kept. Uh, is that really it? I am not familiar with that. Okay. If it's okay with you, I'll use it. All right. What do we want in here? License. This is going to be open sourced. Um, well, thank you. Okay. Fire version edition. Oh, let's do 2024. What do we want? We want version authors. Yeah, we'll leave that one. Don't keep the cows. Let them be free. Thanks, Move Free. Oh. Oda one. Authors. There we go. I'll go publish. Oh, I don't know. Let me, how do I do that? Yeah, I was pausing. Let's see. I haven't needed to do that. Let's see. Can I just cutting it? Oh, yeah, I can make it all black. Um, here. Okay. Now just imagine that I'm logging in. Cargo. We type cargo, login. Please paste the token you found on hat below. Okay. Um, let me do that in Chrome. Requires authentication. Okay, yeah. Imagine somebody just logging in to some system. API tokens. Let's see. Let's do. Let's regenerate. Expiration. Okay. Publish new crates. Publish updates. Yeah, sure. Everything. Generate token. Great. Okay, now I copy that and I paste it, as it says, into the terminal. Paste that. Login is done. Now I can share the screen, but the terminal still has this information in it, and it's in my copy buffer. I'm going to copy something else real quick, some gibberish. Clear that. Paste. Okay, great. Here comes the screen again. All right. Cargo. Oops, I should probably close my Chrome window before that goes bad. Now, I hope everybody was able to imagine that. I just logged into something. Cargo publish. Oh. No description license, blah, blah, blah. GUI. Sure. In the beginning. We'll publish. Okay, description and license. Description. There we go. Description. Um, yes, and clear out my bash history. Um, Technically, it wasn't. I don't think it would end up in the history because I didn't paste it as part of the command. It was input to some program. Description. What do we want to call this? Snip of um, labs or quickly bootstrapping a project. And what was the other thing? It was, oh, and license. It's not going to be a toolbox for distributed systems. It's more like we want config loading, we want tracing, we want logging, we want um, metrics, things like that. Um, I don't want to include things like gRPC, stuff like that I might think of when thinking distributed system, though. I could see, yeah. All right, not yet. Let's get this. Oh, and how do we license? Um, let's just find a license real quick. How do they do it for? Yeah, thank you. It's going to do the whole MIT Apache thing, but I think MIT is perfect for this. Cargo pub. Oh, and get. Yay. Okay. This is our replacement. Now, I want certain things in there. I want tracing. Right? Because I would like to have this tracing going, and granted, this is going to be very biased at first, at least. Um, I want this tracing to be able to go into not Jaeger, but the other one. What was it? Oh, drat. What did I call it? What was it called? It's in here somewhere. Signas. I want to use Signas. I believe this can just publish to Signas with the right subscribers and whatnot. Okay, so let's grab the latest version of tracing. There we go. Add tracing. Ooh. Okay. I wonder. Hmm. Oh, they usually have them down here as well. Features, features, features. I actually like certain logging. If an adapter is used to convert log records into tracing events, this will cause duplicate events to occur. Interesting. I think we're already using Serde, so we pull in Sin already. Okay. Now, what was that cool looking pigment? This thing. This looks awesome. A figment used to extract the configuration. I like that it can combine configs from different sources. Like this here. This is awesome. Some things should come from the environment, but I think most of an application's configuration should be in a file. There's certain things that you just want to track in source control. Well, I like this. Okay, Figment. Let's add that as well. Cargo. Cargo. Add Figment. Ooh, do we want Toml, YAML? And what is pair? Interesting. Features. env, definitely. I think we're going to go Toml. And test. Because I liked what they had with jail, a sandbox environment with isolated env and file system namespace. That sounds perfect for setting up tests. Great file. Boom. Is jail only available with test? Test. It doesn't say as much, but yes, here. It doesn't have precedence, so a CLI arg overrides the env. Yes, I believe it does. So I think it was using merge. Merge provider into the current filament. See conflict resolution for details. So I believe so. That's how I interpret this, but I've only just glanced at it. And conflict resolution. One of four strategies: join, merge, and add merge. Wow, nice. Okay. Is it comma? There we go. Oh, interesting. That added a couple. That's fine. What else was there in foundations? There were metrics, which I'm not using at the moment. Configuration generation, which is really nice. I do like that. Where is it? Oh, memory profiling. That one is kind of nice. I'm not using it yet, though. I think this is really important. Logging and tracing, very important. Metrics. What are they using for metrics? Prometheus? Black Goku. How are you? I think it's Prometheus. I don't think it's a client. Like what they had before was metrics, having a metrics endpoint. So basically, you set up, you collect a bunch of metrics, but you have some HTTP endpoint that some other system pulls. And I think that's what I want for this, because I want it to fit into some other systems, specifically the Fly.io metrics. bright mode. See here, basically you can set up an endpoint for metrics that it will gather. So I want that. And if I sign in, will it let me go to dark mode? Oh. I don't know my username and password, so it's completely safe. I don't even know it. Okay. Is there something else for Prometheus style metrics? Being oblivious to your own username and password is the ultimate safety mechanism. Like, yeah, I can't give it to you. I don't know. Metrics Prometheus, okay. I think that's what we're going to use. And then yeah, we'll have some little metrics endpoint. Or go add Prometheus. I've used that once before. Ooh, Rock FS. Really? Let's do no default features. And we'll add these as we want them. See, I don't think we're going to be using hardly any of these. Maybe process? What does process give us? Your flags. Here. Process info. That could be interesting. Like, what is that though? Modules. Local metrics. No. Core. Generic counters. Where's our process stuff? Histogram labels. Hmm. We're collecting process info. Okay. Tell us more. All right, sadness. It's like, I want that. I like what it sounds like. Process memory, whatever, right? But, or even procfs. We'll leave it off. Leave it off. What else? What else? So we have configs, we have tracing and logging. Did we get? And let's set up. I want an easy way to bootstrap a new application for tracing. Problems I've had in the past is that there's a ton of different options, for setting up the tracing subscribers. How do you get them connected to the right service? My goodness, I tried using this tracing stuff before the, is it the OTLP stuff came along, or is it OLTP? Open. One's a telecom platform, the other's tracing. OT. Open telemetry is cooked in Rust. Yes. That's where I want to go. Now I want to search, find create. I know it's bad. Oh no. See, that's why I want like one thing, get it working. I've gotten it working before. I actually had it working feeding into Jaeger. Let's relevance. Let's see. All-time downloads. Tracing, open telemetry. Tracing, open telemetry. Which one do you use? Open telemetry SDK. Okay, let's go to crates.io. Open telemetry. It's a direct hit. I don't want Jaeger. Not anymore. But you need Jaeger in order to use it? That makes me sad. Oh, not using Jaeger. We're going to use that other one that we looked up. Starts with an S. Um, Signals. So I just want to use something simple like this. Right? Features. Oh, they have a little Rust section. Okay. This would be great if it just tells us exactly how to do it because they want business, right? Okay, they have configuration bits and whatnot. I like this. This is great. I have not found something like this before. I've struggled through it, and I desperately hope that this works. Although these version numbers seem old. Open telemetry 27. Yeah, that's 18. I trust you. All right, the coding sauce. If those versions work, use them. Oh, really? Really? It's that bad, huh? This is going to be one of those moments in time that we remember and we come back to. And I say, I should have trusted you. All right. Honic Tokyo. All right. I'm Let's add these features as well. So we added open telemetry, right? Or go add features. We want runtime Tokyo. Well, is it even a feature? It's so old. Baggage API. Interesting. Related crates. Okay. I was looking for features. Let's go to docs. Fascinating. Okay. Futures, logs, pin project light. Okay, this error. Oh, this error. Okay. Tracing and tracing. I'm gonna leave that. A little concerned about what's going on here. WASM bind gen. Oh, Bumpalo. Nice. Is this going to run with WASM? I would. Actually, I don't know. I don't think this one. Might be a flag to prevent WASM generation. Interesting. Okay. So, here's the code base for WASM. Mm, creates repository. Oh, OpenTelemetry supports WASM. Wow. Okay. So we have OpenTelemetry. Let's do OpenTelemetry OTLP. And this, I wanted trace and metrics. Trace is there. Metrics is there. Tonic, Frost, okay, for gRPC bits. What is this? Oh, interesting. Standardized naming patterns for our OpenTelemetry things. Okay. Right. And what is this? No. Wrong thing. This crate contains generated files from OpenTelemetry proto repository and transformation between types and generated files and types to find it. Okay. Tonic or GPC? Yeah, I think I want to use gRPC. I'm just curious of what is this so that you can use the gRPC bits with HTTP stuff? Guess I'm not sure why that's needed. Okay, then we have Tokyo and Tonic. Really full. Let's I'm gonna toss some of this just in the lib file. I don't care so much. SDK trace? Uh, Here. Okay, we'll need tonic. I'm not actually going to do TLS with Signos because the connection to it is already encrypted. All right. Telemetry runtime Tokyo. Install batch. Is this even still a thing? Shutdown tracer provider. I'm still remembering that moment we had just a moment ago where the I told you so moment. Oh, and Prodas, thank you for that follow. Thank you. So open telemetry. Let's look at the docs. See if these things moved. What was it called? Resource? What is resource being used for? With trace config? Metadata exists. Yay. With endpoint, with protocol. Okay. You wish you knew the bracket flag. You run Windows, so no man pages. Oh. Okay, that's in global. It's just not used. Fine. Resource is used here. but it's not found. I want to look at OpenTelemetry OTLP. With exporter. Vendor agnostic implementation of how to receive, process, and export telemetry data. Sending multiple open source. Okay. Oh, maybe we don't want Prometheus? I'll have to remember that. Looks fine to me. Performance. For optimal performance, a batch exporter is recommended. Mm-hmm. Oh, fancy. Okay. Let's look what's going on here. So we're setting up a key. We get some key from that. OGA 27.0. Oh. Use tonic as the GRP. I think that's what I want. Trace metrics and logs. Let's just do it all with tracing. Okay, goodbye, Prometheus. Trace metrics and logs. Did they get that? I don't know what the defaults are. Oh, example showing how to override all the configuration options. Wow. Metrics. Get the metrics export builder. Once you have an exporter, you can add it to either tracing provider builder for traces or SDK meter provider for metrics. Metadata, binary data, okay. With endpoint, with timeout, okay. So the coding sauce, you went through this? This stuff didn't work? Sampler always on. Oh, you didn't see this. Okay. Okay. So there's hope. I've had like this little, that voice in the back of my head. Pouring some more tea. Uh, you use the examples in the repos and blogs and trial and error. That's my usual experience with tracing in Rust. So we have a span exporter. 4317. This is the OpenTelemetry endpoint. Okay, build. Batch exporter. Exporter. With Tokyo. OpenTelemetry SDK. Oh, the Tokyo bits were pulled out there. That's why. Okay, I'm going to comment that out at the moment. We need these two. Okay, not sure about tracing at the moment. Going to back a bunch of stuff out and just focus on one piece at the moment. Okay. You ended up using telemetry subscribers. Okay. It works well. Nice. I wonder, how does a telemetry subscriber incorporate with this? Um, Reader. That's for the metrics. Oh, no, it's not though. Oh, it is. It's a metrics periodic reader. Oh, this is a new exporter. Okay. With timeout build. Okay. Source. Metadata map is coming from tonic metadata. Okay, so we do need tonic. If we do that, where is map being used? Oh, Windows doesn't Windows block, like the Windows firewall is set to very aggressive, so it would block listening on pretty much anything. All right, move free. Happy New Year's. Take care. Global tracer. Where's global from? Open telemetry. So we do need OpenTelemetry SDK. We're going to add that. Let's just copy that for a moment. Resource name. Okay. Config with trace, with resource, service name, app name. Okay. Just going to comment this out for a moment because I think it has some hints in it. Find Tokyo because we did not enable that. Do we do RT Tokyo or just Tokyo? Let's go look at the features for OpenTelemetry SDK. Feature flags. Trace data. I like this one. Spawn on a separate runtime so that the main runtime won't be blocked. Yeah, let's do that. So now we have Tokyo. Good. Config is becoming a private type. Use builder with. Oh, interesting. Interesting. How do they deprecate that? Show me your source. Okay, so the docs are all deprecated. It still doesn't like that. And why? Yeah, it's just timing out. well. Really? It was not behaving well just a moment ago. Okay. So, OpenTelemetry SDK runtime Tokyo. Let's figure out where that is. OpenTelemetry SDK runtime Tokyo. It is right there. Oh, so we need that as well. Okay. Any others? Okay, now it's happy. No errors, just a bunch of warnings. Oh, deprecated. Look at that. Use builder with config name resource instead. Okay. Where is builder? Oh, there are different builders. Log builder and trace builder. We are looking for trace. There's the type that the other crate brought in. Okay, we might pull that back in. With sampler, with IG generator. With sampler, with ID generator. I see. Okay, so config is going away. With what? Span processor, simple exporter, batch exporter. So what kind of exporter do we have here? Resource. Is this a span processor or a batch exporter? Chagazov. Thank you for the follow. All right. Oh, batch exporter. See, it already has an exporter. This one, batch exporter. All right, let's look. So this thing is a trace provider. Right, one of these, a builder. A builder, it has with config, but that's deprecated. all of these? Interesting. Max attributes per event. That's on the config, isn't it? Okay, so it must be talking about this builder and these widths and not the other builder. Okay, fine. We can do that. So instead, we basically take this, drop this up here, and that goes away. Always on. Okay. Now, what we had before in cargo.toml was this set of semantic conventions. Let's come back to the code. All right, in this case, resource, service name. Okay. What is service name? Yep, service.name. Perfect. Service instance ID. Nice. Server port, server address. Okay. Nice. So like this information up here. Yeah, once a provider is built, what do you do with the results here? Amontillado. This is a theme called Challenger Deep. Here. All right, so doing work, we have context. I want to try running Signos just to see what happens, see if it'll collect anything. Will it get a new connection? And let's await something. It should be okay. Oh, yes, that's right. This is a main function in a lib. Let's just run this as part of. Oh, you know what? Let's create some tests down below. CFG test. We're just going to call lib something. Okay. There's no reactor running. Must be called from a context of a Tokyo 1.x runtime. Okay. Makes sense. Tokyo test. Cargo. We want... Oh, what is it? It's a curly bracket version equals that with features. And I think we need macros for this to work. And maybe test. Nope. Absolutely. Okay. Or is it? Okay. We'll see. You always go full? I never do. Use of undeclared crate or module. Isn't it dev dependencies? Oh, hyphen. It's a hyphen. Package bar depends on Tokyo with feature test, but Tokyo does. Okay. My mistake, Tokyo. Oh, is there an error? Uh, running test one. Hopefully it times out here because we do not have signals running. Interesting. Okay. Always have to look up how to run signals. Uh, no. Here. Get started. Self-host. All right. I did that. I need to be in the deploy directory. And then all right, Docker. I'm going to start Docker. It's going to tell me it has updates, and I'm not going to want to download them. Oh, look. Yep, there's an update available. There's always an update available. And what the heck's going on in my Docker? Running Kubernetes? Why am I running Kubernetes? There's Kubernetes. Enable. No. One less thing to run. Apply and restart. Did it restart? Hmm. Okay. Good. It doesn't want to be in the background. Wow. That's a lot of stuff happening. Interesting. V for view and Docker desktop. Oh, okay. No. Try again. All right. Everything looks like it's up and running. OTel is running on 4317. Let's make sure our test is configured that way. It's on 4318 for metrics. 4317. They should have run and returned very quickly. That for a moment. Dash D, put it in the background. Hmm. Let's go ahead and grab the latest version. Oh, let's not do that. Am I out of tea yet? Let's see. Come on. Signal's query service exited. Okay, Docker up 7 seconds. 9, 10. Okay, might be working. It feels like it's not connecting. Surprise, surprise. Not really. Hey, sarcastic Dante. How are you? Log in. I don't know. Sure. Login. Traces. Services. Okay, so my service is not in the list. It should have been something like example front end or example something. Service name? No. So how far is it getting? And is it just stuck here? Does it get to the end? Two. Oops. What is the error? I didn't see an error. It just doesn't do anything. Oh, the error type in the result. Here? Let's see. We have a bunch of unused, some, yeah, mostly just dead code stuff. I'm not seeing a serious error. Up here? Yeah, these are just the errors. I'm sorry, the warnings. Global set tracer provider. Oh, interesting. Oh, we made it all the way to the end. Oh, this here. That that error type. I thought got it. I thought we were talking about something else. Okay. Yeah, this is an error that can go between threads, like a string. Okay. All right. So then, how do you shut down this thing? It reaches there, and then what? Do we get two ends? Is that done? Okay, so something. What do we have jobs? So something is not being collected. Sorry, it's pausing during the drop. Liquid Raft, thank you for the follow. Drop the reader, maybe? Yeah. Just wanted to see if there was anything that they mentioned. This is just showing an example of how to override everything. Okay. Let's go back to the code. We don't need the metrics yet. Let's just get the tracing set up. SDK meter. No, let's go a lot less. Tracing. We're looking at tracing. Tracing provider, tracer. Yeah, that there. Oh, okay. It did end. Good. Let's check here. Services. It did not connect and do anything. Nope. Okay, well, it finishes. Now, do we actually see? Let's get rid of this stuff up here. I think we're done with that. So we're looking for example service name. Oh, we're batching. That's right. This has to wait for some period of time. So we need Tokyo current thread. And where's the other one? Oh, there. The coding sauce, you said with simple exporter, question mark? Oh, about where are you thinking? So we have with bad, oh, you're thinking here. Yeah, how do we get it to flush instead of batching? Agreed, agreed. I'd be okay if we could just have it flush everything. Does let's see. Where does tracing provider come from? OpenTelemetry SDK. And what was it? It was provider, tracing provider, tracer provider. Force flush. Beautiful. Okay, they clone it when pushing into there. Global shutdown. Oh, there we go. Shutdown tracer provider. Let's see. What should we do in here? Standard time. What is it? Where is sleep? Is it in thread? Sleep. Sleep for a second. Thread. It did say we needed to drop the provider here. Okay. Oh, here they did a clone. No new service yet. And we only got one end. So yeah. Oh. Wow. That took forever. Oh, it took 31 seconds. There must be a 30-second batch or something. No way. Really? Um, foreground. Oh, wait. I want to see if it showed up in Signos. No. Traces. Service name. No. I don't think we were logging anything either. Um, is the default here? Is it 30 seconds? Batch config builder default. Huh. Default maximum allowed time to export data 30 seconds. Yep. So it didn't connect. And we didn't get any logging. Yep. So it's unable to connect. Let's change this. Maybe slightly different. 4317. Anything else? Now, in this case, let's say we wanted trace. Right? I don't think we imported it. Tracing. All right, so now we have a hello, a goodbye, a duration within there. Hopefully we'll see little bits. And that little pause in there, that's it doing work. And this is it trying to connect and it can't. Let's try to connect. Oh, what is it? 43, no. 4713? Well, it connected, it dropped us. 4317. So it's sitting there. Yeah. Okay. It looks like that should work. Well, let's stop all of these bits. Docker stop. Can we give it an all? Let's just select everything. Bye-bye. Bye-bye now. Bye-bye. All right, so that's gone. Now, instead of that, let's come back here. Let's do a netcat listen on 4317. Now we're going to see what happens when the test connects. Cargo test, no capture. We're receiving nothing. Yeah, let's switch to simple exporter. Now we do get started up inside of a Tokyo instance. I thought the default variant was multi-threaded. We have our span builder, tracer provider. They have an EMV filter. Yep. So if they're using Jaeger, okay. No, thank you for that. I appreciate it. Form outlier. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, they're using the registry. Here's that push. Okay. I just have some, like, there. Tracing foundations, Prometheus. Version equals that. Oh, all right. You think these tracers need tracing subscriber initialized to work? Hmm. Not so sure. I mean, it could be. Just want to be explicit here. I want to use this. Oh, open telemetry appender tracing. Interesting. Tracing subscriber. Okay. Just like you're saying. And it logs and it traces the span exporter. Now we definitely want binary. Interesting. It says 4318 for traces. Did I get that backwards? And metrics? Traces. Oh. The 4317 is for gRPC. Or am I just misreading this? Okay. Let's change it to 4318. All right. And we need the subscriber bits anyways. Um, Interesting. Oh, that's right. My control C is not working anymore. All right. And that'll run for 30 seconds. Okay. Coming back over here. Yeah, I think this should actually be 4317 for us because they're being explicit about using HTTP, whereas we want to use gRPC, so we say with tonic. Back to where we were. Init traces. So we have our exporter. We have a tracing provider with batch. What's the resource? Service name. Okay. Hmm. This resource. What? Oh, it's already set up. Okay. So it's a resource builder with service name. And here we're doing a vector of these elements. I don't think that's the issue. Okay. Metrics. Maybe we should init logs first. Open telemetry tracing bridge? What? What does that mean? Where's that coming from? Appender tracing. That's all it is. Oh my goodness. Just this paragraph makes my head explode right now. This crate contains a log appender that bridges logs from the tracing crate to OpenTelemetry. Cool. Note that this is different from the existing tracing OpenTelemetry project, which supports bridging traces and logs from tracing into OpenTelemetry traces. Different from that project, which supports bridging traces and logs from tracing into OpenTelemetry traces. I kind of like this as opposed to tracing OpenTelemetry, which I've gotten into before. All right. We can come back to that. But oh, we were looking at the out there here. No, not that. What's your subscriber? No. Here. All right, so they have a logger, they bridge it into the hotel system. They have filters. Oh, fancy. Yep. Okay, that's expected. It's kind of interesting though. Hotel layer. And the previous hotel layer was this bridge. So we ended up creating this OpenTelemetry tracing bridge, which is our layer that we had a filter to. I do want to take a peek at this. Fancy. Okay. In this case, it would print to standard out. What was meter provider? Format tracing. Oh, here it is. Just ahead of it. Then they call shutdown in each one of those, which we did not do. We did the global, but we didn't do like a tracer provider. Okay. Let's look at how they init tracing. What? They are not using. Well, what are they using from tracing subscriber? An ENV filter? What else? Span exporter. That's from OTLP. Tracer provider. That's yeah, the SDK. There's metrics. There's the bridge. Are they just using ENV filter? Here we go. The registry. Okay. So that's the basic OTLP, HTTP, and this is basic non-HTTP. And this uses tonic. Got it. Okay. 4317, tonic. That makes sense. All right, so ENV filter. Let's add tracing subscriber. So much stuff. Oh no, ENV filter we want. Here I'm. Hmm. I'm gonna go kind of crazy on this. I'm gonna do no default features for everything and just pull in the bare bones that we need for this because I just don't want to explode our compilation times for everything that we use. And I'm sure we will come back to that one. Open telemetry OTLP. Really? Oh, there's no flip comma. Is there a flip desk? All right. Same with tonic and tracing, although I don't think tracing has anything. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, a lot missing there. All right, reload everything. Tracing subscriber. Got it. Tech Workbench. Thank you for the follow. DeGrumpy Guy, thank you for the follow. And Urban Play It 2016, thank you for the follow. And I've been focused. Those are like, half hour ago. My apologies. All right. Protocol. It needs feature serialize for OpenTelemetry. This one. Oh, it's unused. Let's check here. Okay, can I find span exporter? Any of these? gRPC tonic. And trace. So we gRPC tonic and trace. I'm sure we'll get to that. SDK trace? Wait, what? What is that from? Prelude? Oh, trace as SDK trace. That's why it's SDK trace. Okay. I need standard and ENV filter. Okay. Open telemetry trace error. Metric error. So on SDK, we also need metrics. And there we go. Metric exporter. OTLP metric exporter. Okay, so we just need metrics on that. We already have gRPC tonic. SDK meter provider. It takes two arguments. All right, periodic reader. It's coming from OpenTelemetry SDK. And it was periodic reader. Oh, there's a builder. Takes a runtime. I see. What was it? It was this one. Tokyo current thread. Okay, resource. That's okay. Tokyo current thread. And even the examples are out of date. Looks like those pieces up there mostly could compile if I added the resource. Log exporter. It's not there. Oh, that's. And it traces metrics and logs. That needs to be fixed for logs. Where is log exporter? OTLP. We need logs from that one as well. Almost as if they were made by the same people. Hmm. Impossible. No two crates are made by the same person. So it needs logs and gRPC tonic. We have logs. We have gRPC tonic. Hmm. Is it misspelled? Oh, wait. Init logs, log exporter builder. Oh, there's two of them. All right. At least now they're just unused. So we have our span exporter. With tonic. Yes. They're all with tonic, hopefully. With tonic. With tonic. Endpoint. What the default is. Okay, we'll come back to that. I think it's good enough. So in this case, they init logs first. Now, initializing logs means that they're going to be sending the logs. Well, it just configures the log provider. Okay, and then we wire that up to take the tracing logs. Okay, let's just snag this. Hmm. Somebody came into the office, brought the dog, left the office, left the dog. All right. Open telemetry tracing bridge. Oh, a lot more than I thought. Experimental, blah, blah, blah. Layers right there. And then they have tests. Why does it not believe it's available? Open. Telemetry. Nope. Okay. Let's just yank that. We'll add it manually. Use. Oh. There we go. Okay. So we have our logs. We have our bridge to the hotel layer. Okay, we have to filter out all of those. Yay, dependency tracing. Create a new tracing format layer to print the logs to standard out. like this stuff is pretty much going to be baked in, whereas the env filter here for this should be parameterized. Ah, no format. So it needs format and standard. Was it FMT or format? I don't remember. Okay. Okay, FMT. It's me. With thread names, good. With filter, there's our filter. And then we initialize those. Good. Just snag those. These are pretty straightforward. Probably want some sort of builder setting this all up so that you either have traces, you don't have traces. What is this? Instrumentation scope. Common scope attributes. I don't know what that is. What is this? Open telemetry, instrumentation scope. Information about a library or crate providing instrumentation. An instrumentation scope should be named to follow any naming conventions of the instrumented library. For example, middleware for a web framework. Interesting. A library that enables OpenTelemetry observability for another library is called an instrumentation library. Got it. Let's copy that. So tracer meter, tracer with scope. This is the basic example, so we're not implementing this for another library. We're making tracing available for libraries to use. can have open telemetry filtered off. Could that affect it? Maybe. Meter with scope, tracer with scope. See, all we're doing is basically creating some boilerplate that applications or libraries can use to initialize their logging and tracing in a consistent way. In this case, I don't think that we are dealing with this, although we might provide it. Setting global tracers or scopes and whatnot probably doesn't work well for a library. Meter. Okay. I'm going to skip this piece for the moment. Well, here, let's copy it and comment it out. All right. Oh, and this is just an example of setting up a meter, right? Why don't we just do that for our test? Here's some more test bits, and everything shuts down. Tracer, meter. Oh, so we're actually creating it with a scope. So we're not setting it in the global. We're creating one. Oh, that could be handy. That could be interesting. Okay. We need these two lines and then the scope from above. Let's run it and see what happens. I want to see that something connects. Hello from Banana. My price is $2.99. Hmm. Still no connection. Tried it on each port. Let's run it again. Vanko Georgiev, thank you for the follow. Do I have Docker running? Come on. Wiki wiki. They're all stopped. All right, quit Docker desktop. I don't know what's going on, but maybe if we stop it and start it, it would be happy. Oh, I see. It was running in resource saver mode. Come on, ClickHouse. You can do it. Okay. Looks like it's running. Nothing. Did I miss like a security pop-up saying, do you want this thing to connect to this other thing? There we go. Export timed out. At least we have logging on it. Yay. Hmm. Can I connect to it? Yes. No overview. Tags. Let's see. What's it default to? Oh, what is this? 4318, 4317 on all ports or all interfaces. Road test. It also failed. Is this because... Because why? So it just seems like it's not trying to establish a connection. Like trace level logs from OpenTelemetry. Let's see. Where is that? Here? Well, let's leave that running. You're drinking wine, playing Overwatch, and looking up Godot stuff. Roughly at the same. That sounds awesome. This did not do it. Add directive OpenTelemetry equals trace. I'm going to just have trace all the way down. Let's see. This is a filter for OTel. There's this one. There's this one. But this one, we would get line 89. Yeah, I'm concerned that, like, the whole point of this is to not log itself. Okay, but yeah, let's see. Because it could go recursive. I was expecting more. Where is everything? Let's let it die in 30 seconds. Some more. Hmm. It's not enough there. Let's Let's add request. Cargo test. Yeah, test is called test connection. Any other filtering? They should just be trace for everything. The teas, yeah, that I was drinking, I had added a bit of honey. The honey sunk all the way to the bottom. So this last little bit is oh so tasty. Too sweet. We have bees, so I like fresh raw honey. It's always so different. Right? It depends on the flowers they're getting into, the nectars. All right. So I'm going to do something a little different. We're going to clone this repo and follow these instructions because we're basically just running this code. And see, we should be seeing this stuff in our logs. Let's run it one more time just to make sure that stuff. And oh, that was quick. I don't know if we caused this. Total physical memory. This doesn't seem like us. Yeah, it's just scraping. Description of the scrape. And this is just from itself. All right. Uh, Oh, it already exists. uh, why does it already exist? Hmm. Hello, old friend. All right. Wait, what? I don't care enough yet. Let's try cloning again. There we go. Lots of stuff here. Okay. So, oh, the docs are old. Um, and we just do cargo run and watch all the fun happen. Okay. It worked. The example worked, but the code we copied over doesn't work. Why? Is it how we're running it? Oh, no, I don't want file watch. Okay. So what is actually different between these two? We did cargo run, source, main. Main is inside of a Tokyo main, which should be very, very similar to our test running. Oh, I did add some stuff. We did change the filtering. There were some subtle differences, weren't there? I want to see the difference here. Open telemetry trace. Yeah, okay, tracer and tracer. Okay, it's down here. It's fine. Key value. Just making sure that the objects are coming from the right crates. Global instrumentation scope. Okay. I'm doing this backwards. I should be looking up and not looking down. Okay. Trace context out of open telemetry trace, trace error, same place. Instrumentation scope. Yep. Open telemetry global, tracer here. Key value, yep, good. This they had there. Okay. Log exporter, metric exporter with, oh, the span exporter though. Where's span exporter? Oh, we fully qualify it. Okay, span exporter with tonic config and with export config. So now in SDK logs, we have log error, logger provider, good. SDK metrics, metric error, periodic reader and SDK meter provider, good. This one's my doing. It's the one I was thinking about. Tracing info, standard error, yep. Prelude, EMV filter. Oh, more open telemetry SDK bits. Remove all of the unused. SDK trace resource, good. All right, now that should have broken this. Is this with batch exporter wants a runtime channel? So that's a big difference. What if we didn't do Tokyo current thread? What if we did Tokyo that? The one difference We're using a more recent version. Going back to our version chat, right? Nada. The other thing that's possibly broken would be this. Why aren't they using the same version? Path, 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 workspace. It's fine. Tracing and tracing subscriber. I want to run it again. Boom. It just did everything right away. No hesitation. Hey, Scott. How are you? I'm worse than you are. Oh, with Firefox can handle it. I just have a running log of tabs. I never go back. Eventually, Firefox crashes, and that's tab bankruptcy. And then I just start over. You just got enough RAM to do that this Christmas? Nice. So this either works because it is using the latest version, run main. Wait, but why? 40 gigs should crash Firefox. That's funny. All right. Going back in here. So the place where we added, I think it was a with batch exporter. This here. What was it called again? Um, oh, YRE. Oh, this with batch exporter is part of OpenTelemetry SDK. Right, 4. And this is using OpenTelemetry OTLP. So we were looking at this, and it's using, oh, it was OTLP, wasn't it? No, SDK, SDK. Yeah, it's using from the path there. And it has runtime Tokyo as the only feature. OpenTelemetry SDK. Oh, 27.1. Tim Boudreau, how are you? Happy New Year, fellow streamer. Are you getting ready for a stream? Okay, they're using 27.1. Yeah, and we're using 27.1. Oh, you're just chilling. Sounds good. We're using the same version. Struggling to find a difference between these. It's strange that with batch exporter requires that. Impl builder, this is the builder. And it requires a runtime. But in the example code, it doesn't. Basic main, this one. We're using localhost here. Maybe that's the difference. Oh, you guys. All right. It could be listening on an IPv6. But that should map to, well, localhost won't bind to that. Will it? Hmm. Okay, let's see. Yeah, see. Even our output is different. The output on this one here, as you can see, there's just much more happening. This is bizarre. Really quite bizarre. All right, so we have a resource at the top. Oh, could it be the resource? That is like one difference. We just checked. These were the same. I just put that back. This is different though. And with resource is different. Okay. SDK trace. Let me make sure it's an SDK trace. SDK trace, tracing provider builder with resource. I just specified the name slightly different. With batch exporter. Tracer provider builder. It's the same thing. Could it be the service name bit? The resource? Let's do it exactly how they were. Resource builder. Oh, let's just grab it. Can we do this? No. OpenTelemetry SDK is where that builder is. This builder, OpenTelemetry SDK, it has a builder. Hold up. Let's, for example, let's go to a specific tag maybe. Oh, which one? So many tags. This mono repo. This one. Yeah, see, they're using runtime Tokyo at this point. Okay, I'm at a loss. Let's copy. The other thing it could be the Tokyo test pieces are slightly different. All right, let's keep it as close as we can. So do that. Just create a new one. Write that to source main. Just for a moment, we'll leave Tokyo in there for our test. Default runtime flavor is multi-thread, but the RT multi-thread feature is disabled. Oh, is that? Oh my goodness. That's it. That's all because I went very, very tight on my feature set. I didn't change any of our dependencies. Okay, and it wants a once cell. Fun. Cargo add. Just for a moment. You get a once cell just for a moment. Did it do it? I have no idea. So this is exactly their code. We just pasted it in. It is supposed to generate some tracing info. Now note here that this is almost a new year. Happy New Year, Tim, by the way. 214600. Okay. Oh, something did happen. Main operation dropped. It is working. Okay. Some notable differences. When we run it here, we have output. Why do we have output here? And when we compile it in the other project, we don't have output. Because env filter, is it picking up some Rust log setting somewhere? No. This is actually setting the key value pair the same way I was. Okay. All right. Um, let's run signals with it and see if it'll do something. with our logs, exporting to there. Oh, interesting. There's our bridge there. This layer wasn't getting logged though. And this information's different. So what's actually different here? No, other than the fact that everything is commented. All right, they add a resource. So that was something that they had changed with the newer versions. We're doing a lot of this the quote unquote new way, even though we're using the older version. So I'm going to go through the process of comparing the two. Make sure there isn't some critical piece that has since been removed. Let's check this real quick. That's a bit more information. example. Oh, I need to go into the crate for open telemetry OTLP. Okay. It didn't change. Be a lot of flipping back and forth. Here we go. Resource, I don't think it matters. Setting the service name to example service name for all three types: metrics, traces, and logs. Now in this case, init tracer provider with tonic with endpoint build. With tonic with endpoint build. Localhost. Resource. Batch exporter. Build. That all looks the same. Init tracer. Interesting, they're doing tracing first. We're doing logging first. This is interesting. What are the init logs? Logging here. It had changed order. Okay. Init traces here. Tracing provider. That's that versus this. So there's an assertion, but we're using the try operator now. It kind of does the same thing. We'll set tracer provider. They also clone it. Okay. I'm not going to take that. That looks the same. Init logs. I give it to the bridge. There. The EMV filter is quite a bit different. Okay. Tracing subscriber registry with filter and layer. Format layer. Filter. That's the other one. They are being held on to until the very end, where we ask them to shut down. Good question. Yep. Thank you, Japo. In this case, they're using a with filter on the OTel layer. Back here, it doesn't look like that's happening. So we come through, we set up the logger, and it logs. We have the bridge saved into layer. Layer is now used on 103. So from 86 to 103, it's not in there. But the filter is applied at the registry with the filter, with layer. That's quite a bit different. Whereas here, we get the OTel layer. We have the filter OTel. And we say OTel layer with filter. So that's different. We could comment that out and see what happens. Still getting a bit of info. Is that, well, it didn't fix it. And we're still running. Yep, still running. Okay. Well, didn't fix it. Okay. What else? The tracing subscriber registry. That means that something else is happening. So here's our registry. And the registry is getting this format layer with thread names, with filter. This being the filter. In this case, we're just using the same filter as before. The one layer being the bridge. Hotel is here, format's there. Okay. But this is all for logging, isn't it? Because we haven't even initialized the tracing bits. Those had all been off before. I think this was set to info, something like that. All right. What if we did that and this and this? So we just get the OTel layer for our logging. Oh, but do we need this ahead of it? See, in this case, the tracing is set up before the bridge. Let's try that. It's kind of quiet now. Still didn't connect. It says no. It's taking it a long time to time out. Hmm. I did not think it would take it this long. Okay. Let's see if it's just the difference between the two being the main function. Let's try again. That worked. So the difference appears to be the Tokyo runtime that's being used for test versus there. So if we run it from main with Tokyo main, everything is fine. If we run it from the test, just using test, nothing. That's the difference. Still getting traces for H2 and here it's set to off. Hotel layer, format layer. Hmm. They backwards? Yep. All right. So how do we make this work with a multi-threaded runtime for Tokyo test? Tokyo test. Ah, the default runtime for tests is single-threaded. I'm glad we did this today. Because even though this didn't actually, we didn't make progress on the other project I've been working on, that there, I think, just improved. Like, let's see, and our test passes, whereas before it didn't. Okay. So it's how we were running it. We can get rid of main now. I would like to try to run close to the most recent version of this. Let's go back to main. Coming back here. Init traces. And we are going to use the Tokyo current thread. That never would have worked. So we were using a single threaded runtime. Okay. Let's make sure it still runs. Done. Good. Now, what happens if we do the logs or do the rest of this afterwards? That's how it had been in the most recent version. Still passes. Okay. Init logs, get the layer, and let's copy this over again. Oops. Okay. With thread names, tracing, setup. Okay. With hotel and format. Then we net the traces and metrics. And just the test data. And the shutdown. And now we have the same exact output that we were seeing before. Yep. Okay. So that is working. Let's set up Signos and see if we can see it in Signos. I think I'm going to run a D&D campaign this afternoon with the kids. Some of them will enjoy it. And I think most will enjoy it up to a point. I need to do some character creation. They have mostly pretty good ideas. Target test. Boom, done. All right, Signos, up to you now. Where's the application? Traces. Service name. Example. Look at that. Oh, example service name. It's right there. Sub operation. Main operation. Oh. What are views? Okay. Main operation has a sub operation in it. For example, service name. Awesome. Events. Nice operation. Subspan event. And nice operation. Is that what it says in the code? It is. Okay. Add event. Now, I didn't. Where's the logs? Do we have the same thing for logs? Service name. The logs don't show up yet. Okay. Traces do. Oh, and the service now exists here. Awesome. All right, y'all. That's 5 hours for me. I have to go. So, who shall we raid today? Not seeing much rust. Some interesting ones out there. All right. We're going to raid RWX Rob. Till next time, y'all. Bye bye.